Welcome back. Alright, enough of that 100% grinding. Let's just run around on some London rooftops or something. Oh, I'm very blue. Oh, need to turn this TV off. I don't even know how to turn the TV off. Alright. Unplug it. There we go. Alright, so where are we? We're still running around London, killing people. Gradually killing, just people. Just random people. Who was the last one we killed? Some sort of doctor who was doing weird experiments on people, was he? Hang on, so let's get back to the train. That would be a good start. Where is our train? It's the first time I've played a game where your home base is actually a moving vehicle and keeps appearing in random places. It goes on a route around London. Okay. Who are we going for now? The conspiracy to assassinate the Prime Minister. So we're defending the Prime Minister. Cool. Who's the Prime Minister at this time? It's around 1860 or something? 1868? Like that's supposed to mean something to me. I don't know anything about Prime Ministers. Money? Do we have money? Ooh, money. We can get gang upgrades? Sure, let's get that.
Been doing a little banking, have we, Jacob?
Do we have any missions here, or should we just go out? Alright, let's get out of the train. Where are we going? So we can go here. On breaking the bank. Change of plans. Let's just do the final Jacob mission because I don't okay, yeah, might as well do the final Jacob mission. How do we get there? We're gonna have to come from this bridge. Okay, yeah, come from here. It's a bit of a journey. Take a horse and carriage. Smuggler's boat. What's... Can we take some goods from there? Sabotage. No, don't ignite it. Right, and then we need to... Oh, they're coming. Come on in. Over here. Come over here. He just fell in the water. What the... Well, okay. I technically killed him. Cool. Let's get on with it then. Right, where am I going? Oh, I'm supposed to be going this way. Is that the moon? No, it's the sun. It's just really polluted. The skies are really polluted. I need your vehicle. Alright, there's Big Ben. Unconquered Westminster. I mean, if we were to conquer Westminster... Alright, it's just around here.
Easy does it.
Dong! This is BBC News.
All right, B. Who are you and what's your game?
Okay, why did I have to stand here? Why can't we start the mission there? Right. Synopian Club. Spy on the Prime Minister. I've already been seen, damn it.
Well, if it isn't my dear old chum, Mr. Disraeli. Now, Prime Minister, which of your friends is about to stab you in the back?
Where do you think you're going? We have an intruder there. I wonder if he understands the corrupt practices bill is a vital step in reforming our government.
What the? Oh, doesn't count as blending in. Gotta put my top hat on. But, well, they saw me. Oh, I need to. What do I do? I need to get to. Oh, well, okay.
Well, if it isn't my dear old chum, Mr. Disraeli. Now, Prime Minister, which of your friends is about to stab you in the back?
Prime Minister. Can we just kill him?
Vital step in reforming our government. If the majority party is allowed to dictate the results of contested elections, we can scarcely call ourselves free. If we yield up our rights bit by bit to the courts, we can scarcely call ourselves free, sir. This is so like you, Gladstone. You would rather throw your body upon the gears of progress than surrender one iota of power.
By God, Disraeli, you are a fool.
Oh, yes.
I'll not stand idly by and watch you drag parliamentary privilege through the muck.
No, certainly not. You'd rather return us to the yoke of tyranny? Perhaps while we're at it, Mr. Gladstone, we could repeal Magna Carta and return the crown to the bloody Stuarts.
Damn how. Sir,
I'll be getting it in the neck from the shark.
merely because I do not wish to see government placed in the hands of judges, you would make these slanderous accusations? I'll not stand for it.
Then I shall obviate the requirement. Good evening, sir.
Benjamin Disraeli.
B, I presume.
Why is he running? Does he see me?
Pleasure to meet you. B.
B! My name's Herbert!
And why are you following the Prime Minister?
It's just a job, sir! Some old bloke paid me to...
Who is that?
Smug bastard.
Damn it, don't jump down there. Come on, I had her.
I'll skin you for that.
How am I supposed to incapacitate her? Without killing her. Okay, that works.
Bloody hell! Where'd you come from?
Well, I was born in Crawley, but that's by the by. Who are you working for?
I never got his name. Old chap, big moustache, wore some kind of uniform. Who's ours, maybe?
What's his game?
Please, you'll kill me.
And a 3-story drop will shatter your legs and send you to the workhouse. Difference is you can run from him.
Tomorrow! My lads are going to attack the Prime Minister's carriage on the way to Parliament.
Perfect.
Come on, we've got to save the Prime Minister. Oh,
Enough!
hello.
You've bested me. I yield. Please accept my surrender.
No. Alright, the next... Oh, we'll just leave you alone, lady.
You fought well.
Go this way then. Wait, who's shooting me? Who's shooting? Alright, do I want to do this or should we just carry on? Let's carry on. That building over there. What's this lock? I want to open this lock. Oh crap. Probably shouldn't have done that. Right, I'm curious now. What is in this carriage? Have I just freed a dangerous criminal? You don't have the option to unlock it. What if I shoot? No, that's... Why would they put that there and not make it, like, interactable? Okay. Bollocks! The bodyguard. And we're gonna warn the Prime Minister. Why do we care if the Prime Minister dies? What's in it for us? Is he aligned with the assassins?
So much for the house call. Have to find a way into that carriage.
There's a strange man hiding out.
What's the meaning of this? Who the devil are you?
Prime Minister, I'm your new bodyguard, Jacob Fry.
I wasn't informed of any new bodyguard. Who's your commanding officer?
Let the boy speak, Dizzy.
Mary and Disraeli.
Madam, apologies. But we've learned of a threat on your life. And the Met thought it best to move quickly.
Threat? What sort of threat?
That sort. If you excuse me a moment.
Where'd they come from?
It would help if I have some buddies. No, don't go up. Damn it. Jump! Jump! What the heck? Why won't you jump? Oh, I know you'll hurt yourself, but come on.
for this?
Not so fast, Your Excellency.
Come on, keep an eye on this carriage, idiot.
Hey! Get back here with that Prime Minister!
Right, I don't really know what the hijack button is. Get out!
Everyone all right?
Seem to have come through unscathed. You have our thanks, Mr. Fry.
It was Gladstone. I bet my life on it. This is perfectly in keeping with Mr. Stink's lack of character. Show yourself, Gladstone! Show yourself, you feckless muck snipe!
You're going to be in the band with a capsule.
Damn Gladstone! That bloody man! He will pay for this!
Thank you. What do you intend to do about Gladstone, young man?
I assure you, Madam, Gladstone is innocent in this.
Got him.
But he tried to kill my husband.
Well, we'll look into Gladstone. Perhaps you can help me with another inquiry, Madam. A gentleman with ties to Parliament, older, wears cavalry uniforms and has a large mustache.
You seem like a rough and ready sort of fellow, Mr. Fry.
Well, yes I am, actually.
And are you familiar with the poorer districts of our city?
Roughly.
Wonderful. As it happens, I've been eager to tour the Devil's Acre. If you were to escort me, I'd be happy to assist you in your inquiry.
That strikes me as a dangerous idea.
Then it's settled. Come back here to Downing Street tomorrow night, 8 o'clock sharp. Good day, Mr. Fry.
But I...
Good day, Mr. Fry.
Well, okay, we're right here, so let's take a look at these things. Got a belt. Outfits. I think this is basically the best outfit we want. It's gauntlets. That's better. Oh. Why can't I get... Okay. Can I not get this one? Need the schematic. What have we got down here? Okay, it seems fine. Firearms. Oh, we got money. What should... That's quite useful, but we can't afford it. Rook watches. I don't really care about what types of rooks I have. I just need rooks. Alright, let's get... We don't have the metal. Skills. What should we get? What's this one? Carriage. Carriage missions are so easy, I don't need to upgrade that. Sure, let's get that.
You dim bloody bastard, come here!
Don't you shout at me.
Madam,
Mr. Fry.
ready to take the air? Devil's Acre should just be coming alive.
I'm afraid I must cancel our engagement. The lawn is crawling with scandal-hunting journalists, and I simply cannot be seen in the company of someone so...
I'll see them off. You follow along when it's clear.
Yes, yes. Be gentle, won't you? The press are notoriously touchy about any violence to their person.
Ha 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 ha. I'll barely ruffle a hair on their heads.
I can't just kill them. No.
Desmond?
Use tools to distract the reporters. Nearby paper girl. What? Nearby paper girl. Oh, hello.
That's yours, if you can get those chaps over there to follow me.
Right you are, sir. Blimey! Look! It's Squire Bancroft!
Best lead them astray before they tear me to shreds.
Escape the journalists. Alright.
Neatly done, young man. Dizzy ought to keep you on to deal with a little.
Walk on, girl. In the car is the Prime Minister's wife.
I really must not be seen here, Mr. Brown. Let us avoid these bushes.
Easy, girl. Easy.
Escort Mrs. Israeli through the slum. Do not get detected by thugs in the slum. Alright, well, are we allowed to kill now?
What a rough place. Give me your arm, Mr. Fry. Let us see what the Devil's Acre has to offer.
Is your dog quite all right?
Oh, Desmond's fine. He's just not over fond of strangers. Or cats. Do you know this gentleman is a... Oh, what was it? Yes, a costermonger, of all things. Remarkable how the working classes occupy themselves.
Very industrious, I'm sure. Shall we go?
Okay, coast is clear, madame. Is there a chest there? Oh, let's get the chest. How do we get the chest?
That ain't right. Stop! Hey!
Master Assassin's Belt. How's that? Need to be level 9. Well, that's pretty good. So that's like almost the best.
Someone's been booked!
Saw a murder. My heart's going 19 to the dozen. Damnation.
Need to get rid of those guys. Well, that's enough for now.
At least you're out of this stink, ain't you?
Don't bump into the chickens.
Oh, Mr. Fry, look at those two.
Rather not.
Yes, they seem to be,
I've been married twice, Mr. Fry. I'm fully aware of what they're doing. God bless them.
Oh, God, she's so naive. Well, why is she bringing us here? Alright. Coast is clear. Right. Jump. A lady?
We can still see you, my son.
In the middle of the city. Nothing surprises me anymore.
What sort of meat is that man selling?
best not to ask.
Why? Is it something dreadful? Is it rat?
I don't mean to be indelicate given the present company, but another name for it is bow wow mutton.
Oh no.
Here we are, the old one-ton pub. Best beer in the Devil's Acre.
Marvelous. Do you suppose... So, this is a pint, is it? Remarkable.
Nice doggy.
Why did we not stop him? We could see him. Move! Get out of my way! Was I... Hello? Was I supposed to... Oh, supposed to use... Damn it. I went on ahead.
Shut up, dog.
Kill him.
Good boy, Desmond. Hand over the mutt.
You'll change your tune when me and my friends find you.
Now then, Desmond, to get you back to your mistress, whom I've just left entirely unattended in one of London's most dangerous pubs.
Oh, come on, Jacob.
Well, if you never told your father how you felt about him, how was he supposed to know?
I never thought of it that way. I suppose deep down we all just want to be loved.
Just so. Here, have a sweetie. Oh, Desmond and Mr. Fry, I'd like you to meet... Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
John the Tosser.
Charmed. I think we better get you home.
Right you are, Mr. Fry. Come along, Desmond.
Well, well, well. If it isn't the dog walker.
Now, let's not do something we'll regret.
Well, I must thank you for a most energetic and enlightening evening, Mr. Fry.
No, thank you, madam. Perhaps now you might tell me about the man in the hussar's uniform.
Quite right. Lord Cardigan is the gentleman you seek. Tiresome man. Always blathering on about his military adventures.
Do you know where I might find him for a private conversation?
I do indeed. He's in town now, as it happens, campaigning against the corrupt practices bill. Perhaps you could catch him in the Palace of Westminster. Oh, do be careful. The government could ill afford another scandal.
I assure you, I'll be very discreet.
Well, she was a fun character.
Your stop, madam.
My stop. How delightful.
It's
Thank
daylight now. Are we out all night? Oh no, it's not.
Thank you for a splendid evening, Mr. Fry. I shall be sure to speak highly of you to Dizzy. Oh, yes.
That was such a strange mission.
Streets closed, state your business.
Okay, so did that lead to something? Don't know. Let's go do this one. It's not far. Double decker.
What a terrible driver.
Alright, while I'm here, let's talk to this guy over here. See what they have to say.
Slow down. That's the way. What's going on?
Oh, it's Charles Dickens.
There's been a spate of rather intriguing thefts about town recently.
Robberies? In London? I never thought I'd see the day.
Robberies? In London?
What's this one in for?
Rob the pawnbrokers down the road.
A demon made me do it. I can't remember much. That's what's so queer. I've never stolen anything in my life before.
Who do you think made you do this?
Okay, I don't think that conversation was important. Let's carry on. Oops.
There must be something of interest here.
They're game for any mortal thing from this to the Gentiles. And they always seem so
Pawn shop owner. Over here. Here we go.
May I ask you about the robbery?
There's not much to say. Most of the items did come from the same seller. Enzio Capelli, Sorcerer Supreme, a famous showman from Italy. Several weeks ago, he was forced to pawn his family heirlooms, debts. I'll have the address of the last person who redeemed something of his. A lovely pearl necklace. That helpful? Not again! Stop her! Stop! Somebody stop that thief!
Did she steal something? How can she run so much faster than me in that dress? I think it's scripted. She was leading me somewhere. So I can't catch up to her. Why was she so fast? No.
You were just indulging in a little light theft.
It's all
Looks like there's
very
been a
hazy,
killing.
but I
Maybe
remember
two.
something silver flashing in front of my eyes. Then I heard a sort of bell. Next thing I know, I'm here with you.
I wonder if anyone's been killed.
What?
Back on track. Now to find this buyer.
They're being like possessed.
Let's not be so hasty this time.
Where's he going? He's probably going for that cart there. Let's try and get there. Go, go, go! Whoa, 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 whoa! Jump, jump, jump! Jump. God.
Now, what could that be?
Wonder what all the argy-bargy's about.
Where's your respect?
Come on now.
Okay. This works. Without getting spotted. Did he spot me? Whatever.
Good. You want to give me the necklace now, don't you? Good.
Yes.
You want to give me the
I want to
necklace
give
now,
you the
don't
necklace
you?
now.
Well, he's gonna make us do it. This is not gonna end well.
Not a ghost, not a demon.
No,
Enzo
God
Capelli.
damn it.
You are very much mistaken, aren't you, my child?
Come on, this is nonsense.
Yes, I am very much mistaken. Oh, wait. No, I'm not.
You are very much mistaken. And now you are so very, very tired, aren't you?
I should have just killed him the moment I saw him.
Yes, I'm very, very tired.
Now, you're going to do a little job of work for me, aren't you?
What is this nonsense?
My goodness, what foul behavior.
What's going on? Where the devil am I?
You've been arrested for theft. How very intriguing.
I don't remember a damn thing.
Let's get you out of here. I've pulled a few strings, and they won't prosecute on account of your losing your mind. Be free, little chicken.
There's a rampant hypnotist in London. I want to see how that ends. We have to... Okay, well... Oh, there's the next one. See if we can sort this hypnotist out. Alright, let me just get a snack.
Have you truly no recollection of the events that landed you in a cell?
I remember what the other victims remember. A silver watch, the sound of a bell, and a sort of shadow.
A glint of silver and a tolling bell. Hey, I must say, you look very tired.
Yes. I am so very, very tired.
Now you're going to do a little job of work for me, aren't you?
Now I'm going to do a little job of work for you.
You've cost me a bit of money, mate. So I think it's only fair that you replenish my coffers with donations from the good people of London. You will steal money for me, won't you?
Yes, I will steal money for you.
away from me, you dodger!
Good. Very good. Now, we can't have criminals like you roaming the streets. You will surrender to the police, won't you?
Yes. I will surrender to the police.
Oh, and when you do, you're going to do a silly little dance for them.
I say, you gave me a terrible fright, muttering about a man named Ezio.
Enzio Capelli. Not a demon, but a hypnotist. And he's not even Italian.
To stand watch while I ransack this house.
I shall look over here, yes. I'm going to stand watch while you ransack this house.
You're going to obey the bell, aren't you?
Yes, I'm going to obey the bell.
See that I'm not disturbed!
I see someone!
You are very much mistaken, aren't you, my child?
Yes, I am very much mistaken. Oh, wait. No, I'm not.
I shall look over here.
Okay. Don't know what happened there. Thanks for letting me know. Oh. Yeah, yeah, I was just saying, the 100% run. Well, you saw the end of it. No luck from the Barong next time. Damn it! They're gonna catch me. As long as the hypnotist doesn't see me, I think I'm okay. How do I deal with him? Alright, let's go in the floor below.
Mr. Capelli says I won't remember this when I'm finished.
Assassinate his creed. Okay. We've got to get upstairs without him seeing. If he sees us, everything resets. Jump! Why would he climb?
You are very much mistaken, aren't you, my child?
Yes, I am very much mistaken. Oh, wait. No, I'm not.
Why does that keep happening? Hang on. Yeah, I don't know why that keeps happening. I think the cables are getting knocked. Damn it. Why did you jump down? Just jump and get that. God. Jump into the tree. They refuse to jump because they don't want to hurt themselves. I don't care if you hurt yourself. Okay, can you... How do I get that? There we go. It's just a dumb thing I don't really need anyway. Alright. How do we do this? He's positioned himself so he'll see me coming. Unless there's another room here. No. Climb. I mean, we can knife this guy. Can't chuck a knife from here. That's okay. I mean, the other window is probably better. Oh, he's turned around. He's turned back now. Wait, he's changed his angle now. That's even worse. Yes, lead him out. That's it. Lead him out.
You are very much mistaken, aren't you, my child?
Yes, I am very much mistaken. Oh, wait. No, I'm not.
Here we go again. My God. Oh, he's on this level now. Okay, we've got him.
Release me at once! I admit it. I'm not Italian. It was just for my act. Nobody wanted to see a British hypnotist.
Now, shut up.
I mean, isn't Darren Brown like the most famous hypnotist worldwide?
Do you know a Dr. John Elliot?
Never heard of the man.
Did you?
How dare you? This is really quite painful.
It's not how hypnotism works. You can't just hypnotize people to steal jewelry for you. It doesn't work like that. Where are we taking him? Oh, the police. Well, yeah, but the police are not going to believe us. What? He'll just hypnotize the police. Yeah, let's just fight someone outside the police station. That's smart. Just kill a policeman outside the police station as well, why not? Okay. What do we do here? We're supposed to keep driving it? I don't understand. Deliver the hypnotist to the police. Not like they can send helicopters out to me. No, just horses. Horses and double-decker carriages. Ah, I'm supposed to take him out again. Bring him in here.
Time to confess and free the people under your silly spell.
How is this supposed to work? First of all, why would the police believe me? Why would they just shove him in jail? Like, what? It's just a guy. How can they prove that he was the one who hypnotized them? And he's just gonna hypnotize the police. Also, we've just freed him. You're free now. We probably shouldn't have freed him. I don't want him free. Alright, we'll just leave him incapacitated on the floor. That's fine. Oh, she's gonna shove me. Alright, fine. I'm out of here. Losers. I don't think we've solved the case of the hypnotist though. He's just gonna get back out there. Why didn't we steal his watch? His watch is the secret of his power. With no watch you can't hypnotize anyone. Damn it. Okay, where are we going now? Oh, might as well just go do this mission now. Enough Charles Dickens. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Realistic collisions. They're like, it's basically like you're in a car. They're very car-like collisions. It's kind of weird. You can also reverse, which is also very weird. How many? Jump! Jump! Oh, for goodness sake. Don't get back in. We can be Evie now. Dong! This is BBC News with the latest updates.
Please tell me again where we are going.
I found a letter from the Prince Consort among Lucy Thorne's research, marked with the same insignia as your key, dated 1847.
1847.
The same year the Prince began renovations to Buckingham Palace.
You think he added a vault for the shroud?
And since there is no map of the palace with the room marked Secret Vault.
Your Highness, may I present Miss Evie Fry. Miss Fry, Maharaja Duleep Singh.
Tulip Singh.
A pleasure, Your Highness.
My friend, the plans you asked for have been removed.
Removed? By whom?
Crawford Starrick, or someone employed by him.
Damn it.
Yes, I thought you might recognize the name. I know where they are, but it is heavily guarded.
That part will not be a problem.
I thought not.
We're going to need a plan.
I can provide a distraction for the guards while you find a safe way inside.
Oh. Really?
For you, Evie? Certainly.
Well, once I'm inside, I'll find someone who knows where the papers are stored.
And we will meet back on the train.
I feel like he's gonna get caught or killed or something. Oh, when they say be careful, you know they're gonna get caught. Upgrade our skills before we jump down. This gets us health for killing people. Sure, that's useful. Okay, infantry. Oh. Use one of these kukris. They're pretty good at quickly taking people down. Whatever. Okay, firearms. It's fine. Capes. She wears a cape because she's cool. Gold red cloak. Aveline. I just stick with... What was the one that... Alright, just stick with melee damage protection. Okay. There we go. Use Henry's distraction twice. Well, I just revealed myself already. That's not good. Don't ring the bell! Don't ring the bell! Okay, can we please turn this bell off? Destroy the bell. Right, so much for stealth. Can we please disable the bell now? There we go.
That's not them.
Use Henry's distraction twice. I don't understand what they mean by Henry's distraction. What is Henry's distraction? Maybe we're supposed to speak to him. Oh yeah, okay. Go speak to him.
What's the plan?
When you give the signal, I'll draw the guards into a fight and then use a smoke bomb to get away.
And I'll take advantage of the confusion. Ready?
Well, that would have been good if he told me before I jumped down there.
Nothing here.
Okay, we've got to go this way. So we need these people distracted, probably. Or... well... where are we going? We need to know where we're going before we make the distraction. Going that way. Damn it. So much for stealth. Why is everything suddenly slowed down? What's going on here? Game's suddenly super slow. I bet one of these bodies has fallen in a weird place and the collision is... hang on. No, I think the game's hit a problem. Okay, we should be okay.
No. Looks like I have to ask someone where the plans are.
Kidnap a nearby Templar. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. There are not many Templars left. I kind of killed the rest of them. Alright. Try and kidnap this one here. But they're gonna see. Jump! Jump! For goodness sake. Alright. Leave one person alive. That's the only way to do this. Wait, who's ringing the bell? They're the one I'm gonna kidnap. Stun him. Walk away. How did he know I was here? That's cheating. Right, hide somewhere. Come on, kidnap. I think the problem is I need to be anonymous. Okay, fine. Just hide somewhere and wait. Alright, where's it going? Okay. Now I've got to kidnap him. What happens if I kill him and then there's no one left to kidnap? Might be failed mission. No, don't go up there! Oh. Controls are really ambiguous. Okay. I don't know how to just drop. She keeps just clinging to stuff as she's falling. Right. Okay. I think it's going to plan. Hide behind these sacks.
I swear, miss, I don't know where they've taken him.
Taken who?
The man, dressed like you. The guards dragged him off.
Henry. The plans you stole, where are they?
I don't know anything about that.
The plans. The mission.
We don't need you anymore. So let's just destroy their bell just to annoy them. Wait, what? Oh no. Where is Henry? This throwing knife missed its target. Uh-huh. Hello, bugger. Throwing knife trajectory. Using geometry. Clearly he fought back. Oh, there was a witness.
You're some of Clara's children.
They took Mr. Henry. We couldn't stop them.
I bit one of them good, though.
They dragged him off in a red carriage.
They won't get far, though. One wheel looked like it was about ready to fall off. You can see the cart tracks. It looks so wobbly-like.
Bloody mosquito. Wobbly carriage. Wobbly cart. Let's look out for a wobbly cart. Alright, he's gone this way. Is that Big Ben? There's two sets of tracks here, but we need the wobbly one.
That cart's been run off the road. They must be driving quickly.
Oh, no, that's the one that's been run off the road. We're following this one. Huh? Okay. I was just playing Dishonored 2. Seems I can't get enough of Victorian settings. Oh, nice. Yeah, I have Dishonored 2. And Death of the Outsider, so I need to get onto that.
They're knocking people over too.
How long do I have to follow these tracks?
And destruction of public property. I must be on the right track.
Can we just... I need your vehicle. Right, this is quicker. Why didn't I do this to begin with?
That must be the carriage. Found you. Now to find Henry.
Find Henry. Kill guards using hanging barrels as for bonus.
I don't know anything about the carriage, but there's been some strange happenings around here today. All kinds of unsavory types wandering around.
Oops. Who saw me? Who's looking at me? Stop looking at me. Alright. We're good. Two guys over there. No, don't pick up the body! Oh my god. What are you doing? Oh look, they sell umbrellas. They actually sell umbrellas, so why does no one carrying them? Who's looking at me now? Alright, let's just keep moving. No way can you see me. What? Come on, I thought I stealth killed him. Entry point. Right, what's down here?
I don't know. We knocked him around pretty good. Wouldn't be surprised if it took a while.
Well, I hope you haven't addled his brain.
He's an assassin. How much more addled can he get?
The combat is much more difficult when I turn off all the prompts. But it's more fun this way. Oh, if I want to get the bonus, I do need to kill... Oh, I can't do that now. Probably. One more.
Evie, they sent someone to move the architectural plans. Do you have them?
Did they hurt you?
I'm fine.
Let's go.
How did he get captured? We left him standing on a rooftop. No, no. Wait.
The plans are lost.
Ugh.
Just concentrate on escaping, please.
Stop running on ahead. Oh, damn it, Henry, what have you done? This is too many, oh man. Alright, go on. Ow! Yes, we have gang members joining the fight. Ow? Where? Trying to get them. Damn it. Anyway. Where is he? Oh, down he's run on ahead. No, come back. Oh, we just have to follow him. Ally dead. What? It's one of these missions. He's an assassin like me. Oh no. What if he wouldn't keep running on ahead? Just let me do all the fighting. I mean, there's only so many people I can kill at a time. Mosquito. Oh. Don't do it. Don't do it, Henry.
Just concentrate on escaping, please.
I mean, we're free. Just run. Don't fight. Just run. Look. Climb onto the roof. Alright, don't let them hurt Henry. Alright, where is the gunman on the rooftop? Get her, get her. There we go. Alright, where's he gone? That's it, that's it. Get into the fight. Let Henry stay behind. This running is really awkward. He's going a bit too fast, but then stopping a lot. Okay. That was annoying.
I must find the vault before Starrick secures the shroud.
We'll talk to the Maharaja again.
I will talk to the Maharaja. You will get your head looked at.
I'm sorry my capture hasn't done your plans.
You'd be safer on the train.
Even if you find the vault, you can't just walk into Buckingham Palace alone.
I won't be
Watch
alone.
me.
I'll see you back at the train, Mr. Green.
Another Charles Dickens mission. Let's just go for the final. Well, this one here. How do I get there? Oh, right here. Right. Jump down. Oops. Didn't really want to kill the policeman there. Okay. Whoops. Now I'm gonna kill all the policemen. Dong. This is BBC News.
What has happened?
Your brother.
What's he done this time?
The newspapers are all over Twopenny's murder, and if that weren't enough, someone has stolen the currency printing plates. Was that also Jacob's doing?
I doubt it.
Now, no one trusts the bank or England's currency. There will be inflation, riots, manufacturing will jump to America for the cheap labor. In short, Britain is done for.
Jacob, you've really put your foot in it now. What if I smuggle the plates back into the bank?
I mean, that's good for us. More opportunities for crime.
Better yet, it would call into question the stories on Twopenny's murder, which would restore confidence in the economy.
That's settled then. Britain lives to see another day.
Oh, and if it's not too much trouble, would you mind destroying any counterfeit notes you come across so they don't circulate?
So we're saving Britain right now.
Of course.
It's what it is. It really is very good of you to help.
Can't let the Americans win.
Counterfeit money is being spent nearby. Well, if you can call it counterfeit, with those printing plates, it's nearly impossible to tell the real notes from the fake ones.
Mr. Aberline.
If this gets out... Well, I've said this already. When people don't trust their currency, and we're already seeing riots...
Mr. Aberline.
I have the utmost faith in you, Miss Fry.
Wait, what? Why have I only got 10 seconds to get to him? What the heck? I was supposed to follow him first. There he is.
You two, follow me. I don't wish to be robbed on my way to the cart.
The counterfeiters.
Heard about the rioting at the bank? They can riot all they like. We won't be giving back those plates. They can riot all they like. We won't be giving back those plates.
What difference does it make? It's not like he has any real cash on him.
Since we've got the printing plates, it's all real cash.
Why is the game suddenly slowed down, ground to a halt?
Did you hear those crowds? Sounds like all of London is rioting.
Retain the East India Company. We mustn't let the imperialist Americans win. Yeah.
I believe Jacob's managed to shatter the entire economy.
In Assassin's Creed, was it 3? You can play out the Boston Tea Party, but you gotta like run back and forth throwing tea into the water. It's quite funny. Just to tail this guy? Okay. Oh, that's a lot of people. That's probably why the game was slowing down. It's rendering a riot on the streets. I remember in Unity, the previous game, set in Paris. It was really impressive, like the huge crowds they could render in the game. This one, not as much, but then the streets are kind of, I don't know, smaller locations. So I guess they don't put as many big crowds in. Tail the counterfeiter. Alright, keep following him.
Keep your eyes open. Anyone could be trying to get in.
Burn the counterfeit money, locate the printing plates.
Yes, sir. Guard this place as you would the Bank of England itself.
Absolutely, sir.
Alright. Open window. Is there another way in? The other window.
Must have been a tough fight getting those blades.
Not at all. We just walked right in on the chaos.
Oh, slammed her head. Oh, look, her neck's all broken and everything. Okay. Ooh, money. Oh, we have to burn it. Come on, that was a stealth kill. The game's slowing down again. Doesn't like this level.
Now to sneak these back into the bank.
Let the civilians into the bank. Okay. Right. Let's give the game a chance to, don't know what's happened. There we go. Damn it! Why did you jump? Okay, we're fine, we're fine. What sort of laptop are you sporting anyhow? I've got this specs in my about section on the Twitch page. Should have all the specs. I don't think this slowdown here is because of the laptop. It seems like this is just happening for this level on the previous level. Maybe there's some sort of memory leak or something. In general, I'm being surprised actually at how well this game runs. Considering when I was emulating like Game Boy games, it would slow down. But that's like, emulation is CPU based and this is GPU based. I guess that's actually not too surprising. Let the civilians into the bank. How do I let them in? What, kill the guy? Okay, there we go. You're in. Get in. Go in. There we go. Storm the bank!
Where's the gold? Prove it's still here.
Yeah, this level's rendering a lot of people. That could be part of the problem. Because most of the previous levels didn't really render many people. Can we just, like, sneak past? Oh, they see me. Just kill the Bank of England guards. Hey, he didn't say I couldn't kill some people. Ow! Stop bashing me with those truncheons. Alright, while I'm here, can we just take a bit of gold? Where are the vaults? We were in here before as Jacob. What was the mission then? Oh yeah, someone else was robbing the Bank of England. And we were supposed to get him caught. Let's have a look upstairs. No. There was a big safe door, but I don't think it's here now. Well, there's a treasure chest over here. You need the lockpick 2 skill. Do we not have that? I can get it. Oh, I need one more skill point. Alright, we'll just leave the way we came. Oh wait, there's a chest over here which is... unique item. Chimera Gauntlet schematic, right. I've never been inside the Bank of England. I was gonna go one day because I had a torn up £20 note. And I went to my bank and they said that's a bit too torn up. But the Bank of England will probably accept it because you still have enough of the notes still. So I wanted to go and get that note replenished. In the end, I never managed to go. I think I threw away that torn up £20 note. I should have kept it. I mean, I don't think at the time it would have been worth the trip. I wasn't in London living in London at the time. Could have had £20. Wait, how did I get in here anyway? Can't go out that way. Excuse me, where's the exit? Oh, whoops, okay. This way? Oh, these are the vaults. Okay, well, we can't go in there. Ah! Sorry. What did the lockpicks in the game look like? Is there a mechanic to actually picking? No, you just hold the pick button. And the only visual we have for this, I think, is this here.
Well, the London papers are running the story of how it was all a hoax. No more riots. Faith in the bank restored. Finally, I might get a quiet night on patrol. Miss Fry, I can't thank you enough.
Glad we've averted catastrophe, Sergeant. Although it's Jacob who should be thanking me.
Asking Booger's hobby. Do you have one of those, well, like those transparent locks to practice on? I think I had a class on lockpicking, and it was on a security day at Amazon. Like, we just had a bunch of different workshops and classes, and one of them was teaching us how to pick locks. And I think the point of it was just to make us aware that, you know, not all computer security is digital security. A lot of theft, intellectual theft, happens because people literally pick locks on drawers or find post-its in on your computer and stuff, or social engineer stuff like that. So yeah, it was an interesting class. I don't think I managed to pick any locks in it. It was quite tough, but we didn't have much time in the class to try it. What we're doing now? What is that? World War I, the darkest hour. What? Is this one of those... weird bonus missions? Or is it actually... Oh, might as well go check that out. Oh, because, yeah, in Unity there was a World War II scene where you had to climb Eiffel Tower while there's like all these planes shooting. That was a really cool mission. Oh, we got this one. This is probably the assassination mission. Alright, let's go check out World War I. How do I get there? Oh, we're pretty close. Just drive there. World War I. Yeah, that mission in Unity, yeah, it was World War II. But basically the mission was climb the Eiffel Tower. Just lots of stages you had to climb. It's pretty cool. Can you run people over? Yeah, I think you can. Oh, well, we can't run the kid over. It seems they do manage to get out of the way, but if it's... No, yeah, I think innocents you can't do anything to, but if they're police or gangs, you can. Yeah, so it seems you can't run people over. You can't seem to harm innocents at all. Just don't have the option. She wasn't innocent, she was a thief. Did we have to do that spinny thing before we stabbed him? I don't think that was necessary. The Thames is really well done. I mean, it's... I don't know if there were... I've never seen what it looked like back then, so I don't know if there are this many boats in the Thames, but maybe there were. It seems a bit too much. But yeah, it could have been very busy. It looks too busy though. I don't see how boats could actually get anywhere at all. But get proper traffic jams. But I mean, other than that, apart from the number of boats, it does look very much like the Thames.
You search for an artifact. Let me show you the truth.
Alright, let's check this. Yeah, I mean that's one of the main reasons I play the Assassin's Creed games, because the gameplay and the story are usually average. It's mainly I want to see the environments, like Unity running around on Notre Dame. That was pretty amazing, and that was why I got the game. I got it for free because Notre Dame burned, and they gave the game free out to everyone after the incident. Also, Ubisoft, I believe, or at least the devs of Assassin's Creed gave the plans of the 3D scans they did of Notre Dame to the people who are now rebuilding Notre Dame. Because I guess the devs of the game actually had the most detailed 3D scans anyone has. So Assassin's Creed is rebuilding Notre Dame, essentially. I don't know what is going on in this mission. Who are we? We're still Evie. No. I guess we're just some descendant of Evie. Investigate the house. I think the absolute pinnacle of the Assassin's Creed games, and I think many players agree with this, would be Assassin's Creed 2 set in Italy. That was just, I think, peak gameplay. After that, they never really managed to recapture it. Damn it, it was a barking dog. Oh, and meeting Leonardo da Vinci and trying out all his inventions, that was awesome.
Don't worry, it's just the generator acting up. I'll see to it.
Stop right there.
That's not very polite.
Even in these trying times, we must never forget the laws of common courtesy. Arms down. We appear to have been following the same trail, Miss Fry.
He looks a bit slim for Winston Churchill, doesn't he?
I fear, however, that we have not
Maybe he was younger here.
evil in this vicinity.
There's another radio.
Accompany me, if you would be so kind.
Mosquitoes everywhere. There's 2 of them.
Second device
Where did they
must
keep
be
getting in?
found, or new waves of zeppelins will soon blanket the heavens.
Short on soldiers, are we?
If you could put your considerable talents to good use at Tower Bridge, you would have the thanks of a brave but beleaguered nation.
I would settle for the right to vote.
Oh, can we run about on a Zeppelin? (1916) London. Let's see what it was like then. Whoa. This is cool because I've never really seen a depiction of what London looked like during like blitzes and during the war. Tower Bridge. But that's not Tower Bridge, is it? No, it is. Yeah, that's Tower Bridge. Yeah. Damn it. It is Tower Bridge. It's the one that people always confuse with London Bridge. Everyone thinks that's London Bridge. Even tour guides, when I'm walking near it, I hear tour guides saying, and now we come to London Bridge, and then they'll start rattling off some facts about London Bridge. And I'm like, it's not London Bridge. I mean, I'm killing British soldiers. What? Who's? What? Okay, who am I working for here? I guess just. Are these? No, these aren't. Are these British soldiers? Who are they? I mean, why would they be here in London if they weren't? I read somewhere that the historical accuracy was also somewhat on point with the first few games, whereas for Unity there was a review that said the story feels like it was written by a committee, and it made the ruling class appear as misunderstood and thus non-culpable. Yeah. Yeah, I remember also Napoleon Bonaparte was kind of depicted quite like I can't really remember much of Unity now, but it was depicted as kind of like a basically a good person, but in reality he was a pretty bad person. Like, he's your ally in the game, and you do some missions with him, and he seems quite friendly as well. What am I doing here again? Oh, radio.
The new workers are moving the ammunition boxes, but all their papers are in order.
Alright, we can distract them with this. Damn it. Alright, go on then. Oh no, they've got guns. Okay. Oh. They're probably slow firing guns now. Okay, they're quite good at bonking me on the head with this. Get the heck away from them. Oh, there. Let's just grab what we need from this guy and leave. Got it. Well, this Thames is much prettier.
Getting closer. The radio's close to the river. I need more than this.
See ya. Alright. Tower Bridge. Oh, there's a lot of guys here. Okay, we can do this. We just need to... Damn it. Oh, these soldiers are a bit tough to fight. Alright, I have an idea. Oh! Bring them over here. That's it. Come over here. That's it. That's it. Damn it! I'm trying to use the hallucina thingy. Come on! Okay, yeah. They're hallucinating now. Come on, you guys are supposed to be trained soldiers. Oh, the game's slowing down again. Maybe it's just getting a bit hot, because I've been running it for a while. Oh, here we go. I've always wanted to do this in real life. Avoid being shot by snipers. This is London in the World War One. There's fewer boats. Pretty cool. Yeah, it looks great. It doesn't. I don't think it doesn't seem that this game brings you to other locations. This is surprising because actually, I'm pretty sure all the previous games were multiple locations, even if they were mainly set in one place. Multiple cities. Unity mainly Paris, but I'm pretty sure you could go to other places too. But here it seems it's just London. I would have liked to go to Cambridge. You can do a lot of rooftop climbing there. How do I get there? Alright, let's go down this way. How... Alright, maybe we just go all the way around. Yeah. No, not there. Okay, climb back up. Alright, get it. Quickly before they shoot me. Down. She was a bad guy, right? Yeah, probably. Talk to Churchill over the radio.
Let us postpone celebrations. One of the bloody blimps has broken through. Not to worry. I have a contingency plan.
Don't tell me we're gonna hitch a ride on a blimp. Alright, how are we gonna get up there? Reach the anti-aircraft gun. Oh, okay. Go, 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 go!
The gun is yours. Mr. Churchill assures me you have operated one before.
Mr. Churchill is wrong, but I have worked with things before.
Destroy the second wave of planes, alright. Really? Come on, get on the gun. Oh, here they are. Destroy Tower Bridge. Oh, that plane just crashed into a building. Tower Bridge is going down, my fair lady. Oh, did we just destroy that blimp? Whoops.
Heartwarming sight, Miss Fry.
No.
One of my experimental projects when I was Lord of the Admiralty. I haven't always been a man of shadows.
She's lost her voice? Okay.
Blow against the enemy. London is still riddled with German agents. Currently, there's a new group, unlike anything I've seen before. Theirs is a fanatical, almost religious fervor. Indeed. I dare not approach Mr. Asquith.
I see. All these people were Germans. They're German spies.
If you concede to this, I give you my word that once I've battled my way back into Parliament, I shall see if something can't be done about your request. As you are aware, a vote can be far more lethal than a bullet or a blade.
The darkest hour. Well, that's a lot of money. This money here won't be usable when I go back into the 1800s.
I was born to the Illuminat caste in the city of Phaon in the year 2195 of the Isu era. Now I travel the vast corridors of your machines, adrift here within the gray. But I grow stronger. The world is nearly ready for my return.
Oh, I remember this lady.
And so I have summoned you to this war-torn simulation to tell you a story.
The overarching plot of Assassin's Creed is kind of confusing, and sometimes they change the rules a bit from game to game. But I remember that the original trilogy ended where you meet her. God, she's some sort of demigod or something, I'm not sure. But it's quite cool when you meet her, because then she stops talking to your character and turns to you, as in the camera, you, the guy behind the computer, and starts talking to you directly, which is a bit of a fourth wall break. I don't really remember much beyond that. I don't know. The overall story is not really that interesting in general. Gerrymanderous Creed. I'm actually free to run around World War I London? Okay. I thought it would just be for this level. It looks like we can actually go around, do stuff. What do I want to do? What's... I guess we have to go see Winston. Good old Winston. I don't think we can go as far in this version. Oh, it is actually quite small. Just this section of the Thames. So that's... Okay, so... Oh, we can't see the other bridges from here. The next one along is that London Bridge? I can never remember them. And I often need to get to a certain bridge when I'm on foot. In London, but apart from Tower Bridge, they all look really similar, so I could never tell. So the underground tube, the metro, actually was built and launched around 1860 something. So it actually would coincide with the Assassin's Creed timeline. Maybe there'll be a mission for it or something. And I can sing the London Underground song.
I hope you like my new office, Miss Fry. As you can see, my informants have found some promising leads. Evidence of spy activity has surfaced around the field hospital, St. Catherine's Docks, and the Tower of London. I needn't remind you how crucial it is that we put a stop to these infiltrators.
It's not really the safest place for an office, is it? It's a bit exposed. What is... Oh, we need to capture this area, basically. Okay. Can do that. Can I do... Does this... So who are we? Do we have skills? Lydia, she's got all the skills. Not as many skills as the full skill tree of Jacob and Evie. Okay. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I only saw that the other day when I was watching, like, Would I Lie to You or something, and David Mitchell just mentioned the date in which the underground was built. I was like, whoa. That's around the time I'm playing in Assassin's Creed, but yeah, it's old. I mean, I guess it must be the first metro system in the world. There's also several, like, abandoned underground lines in London. They were trying to, I think there was a proposal to turn them into bike tunnels, which would be really cool, and I wish they did that, but they didn't do that in the end. It'd be like you would basically use the abandoned underground tunnels as just like a really long bike lane. That'd be so cool, cycling through those tunnels. I mean, it'd be great. It'd be safe, and depending on the route, I mean, that'd be very useful for me because I did cycle in London, but I always felt like I was putting my life on the line when doing it. It doesn't feel safe at all. Especially when you got such narrow streets and windiness. Aldrich was a stage in Tomb Raider 3. Oh yeah? I think I have the entire list of Tomb Raider games. I got them in one huge... Was it a charity bundle? Was it... I think some charity bundle I got all the Tomb Raider games. I wasn't really planning on playing them though, because I don't think... I don't know, I don't like the controls of the old games anymore. As brilliant as the games were, I can't really go back to those, like, tank controls. But... maybe.
I believe I'm quite getting the hang of this espionage business. This one should be of particular interest to you. One of the spies currently detained at the tower has been making some rather fanciful claims about a brotherhood of assassins, no less.
Assassins? Puh. Ish posh.
Causes you and your associates undue trouble. Consider it my gift to you.
Have the guards kill. Let's check out the billboards. Recreation huts urgently needed. £100,000 required. What's a recreation hut? Oh, it's for the soldiers? Like entertainment and stuff? Oh. The tank tour. Women of Britain say go. Still mosquitoes. Your king and country need you to maintain the honor and glory of the British Empire. Your king and country need you. Enlist now. Can women enlist in World War One? I know women could enlist in World War Two, and they actually had female squads. I guess they probably could, but not many did. Still baffles me that UK is royalty. Do you have wizards as well? I mean, my college in Cambridge was, I mean, very similar to Hogwarts dining. Well, the dining room in particular was, well, I mean, Hogwarts dining room was filmed in one of the Oxford colleges, but yeah, my college's dining room is very similar. So yeah, we would constantly be bothered by tourists trying to sneak in and take photos of the room. And we had paintings of all the previous masters around, so it very much looked like a wizarding school. Oh, please see me. Where am I going? Find where the spies are captive. isn't the Queen King also the supreme commander of the military, or am I just misguided? On paper, it might be the case, yeah. I mean, I don't think they could ever really step in. The moment they do, Parliament would probably call a vote on, like, removing the monarchy's powers, so they just don't do it. But I think on paper they probably do, in theory, have the right. It's just they would be met with resistance if they tried to use that power, I think. It's like, in principle, the laws don't apply to the king and queen. They could go around murdering people on the streets if they wanted to, in theory. The moment they do, like, of course, action would be taken immediately and they'd be stripped of. Hang on. There we go. Thinking on it, Blair wasn't king and he had free reign. Yeah, in practice, it's basically the royalty have such powers, I think, but they just don't use it and they choose to stay out. Thankfully. We haven't had any mission involving the... Wait, who was in power this time? Not World War... This is World War I now, but... It was Queen Victoria, wasn't it? Victoria reigned until, like, 1901 or something. Yeah, we haven't had any mission involving the Queen. I'm sure there will be one. That's it. Walk right under me. That's it. Not you. Damn it. Oh, crap. One of the weird powers that the king or queen, or indeed the royal family, have is they're allowed to eat swan. No one else in the UK is allowed to eat swan. Except a specific college in Cambridge, St. John's College. But the other 29 or so colleges aren't allowed to eat swan. It's just St. John's College. Just a weird loophole. I had some friends at that college, so they would have swan, but only like once or twice a year, and they'd be serving swan.
Humans were created by we who came before, the Isu. We crafted you in our image, but deprived you of our true gifts. You were bred for hard labor, and in extreme cases, war. We built great observatories to
I feel like she's told us this before, but that was many games ago, so I've definitely forgotten all this. Yeah, not only... Yeah, not only can you not eat swan, but... all swans in... Well, no, not all swans, actually. But it's a jailable offense to catch and eat to catch a swan and kill it, which some people do because they just assume it's like a duck or a chicken. You can just catch it and eat it, and then they risk getting jailed. Why would you want to eat swan? Well, I mean, it's a bird like any other. It's fundamentally not really different to goose or turkey or any of the other big birds, I guess. I mean, I would have no issue eating it. I'm not allowed to unless I'm in St. John's College. I do have a card that will get me into St. John's College, so I could go there just to eat swan. Oh, this brings us back. Well, it was nice seeing World War I London, but I don't really want to do any of these other activities. I think we'll go back to the past.
I showed you this memory for a reason. Return to me. Follow Lydia and we will speak more.
And the queens, the royal family's swans are all over the country, but they have like marks on their beaks. So if you find swans in the wild, you can tell if they're the king swans if they've got like I don't know, I think it's a V marking on their beak. But I mean, if you were to kill one of the king swans, it would be a much harsher punishment than if it were just a arbitrary swan. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, I just got desynchronized. What the? Yeah, lots of arbitrary laws around the royal family. There's like another one is that the queen or king don't need a driver's license to drive. Nobody is allowed to die in Buckingham Palace. It's actually illegal to die in Buckingham Palace. And people do die in Buckingham Palace. And when that happens, the official documents state that they died on the street outside Buckingham Palace. The place of death is marked as like just outside Buckingham Palace. Because nobody dies in Buckingham Palace. Yearly televised swan eating contest between the royal family. Alright, there is a proper assassination mission here. Let's go do that, because these ones are quite fun. How do I get there? Westminster. Okay, we can go from Big Ben. Ooh. Just kill some people on the way. Gotta get warmed up somehow. Come on, come on. Got a grappling hook. Let's do the thing. Motion to impeach. Who are we killing today? The Earl of Cardigan within the Houses of Parliament. Dong.
What's this nonsense about needing a password to see Lord Cardigan today?
Relax. I've got it in my pocket.
Look sharp, men. Allow no one past unless I authorize them.
Corrupt policemen. Can we bribe them?
This time, I've a mind to contact Scotland Yard myself. Come, gentlemen. I thought us united in opposition against this perfidious law.
These assassination missions play out like Hitman levels. You've got all these different opportunities around, like people you can turn, or people that will give you keys or secrets. And I would have rather done it as Evie though. Evie's more stealthy. Right, let's go have a look around. Politician. Locates target, follow him to Lord Cardigan's office. What, he can just bring me to his office?
Pardon me, gentlemen. Sergeant Freddie Aberline of Scotland Yard. Where might this scandalous activity be taking place?
Oh, yes, yes. It's, just this way. Follow me, Sergeant, but discreetly, if you would. One doesn't like to be seen airing a fellow member of Parliament's dirty linen, what?
I'll be very discreet.
Yeah, I'll be very discreet.
Usually I would be in disguise, but my clothes all fell into the Thames.
They're still using those meat cleavers as... I mean, they're supposed to be... Right. Yeah, just forget what you saw, mister. Just keep going. That's it. Oh, let's bother by a man in a cloak just squatting there, yeah.
One of my favorite disguises is a very ancient old lady, modeled after my mother. You'd be surprised how convincing I am.
Oh. Damn it! Alright, just go. Fight. I couldn't get up onto the wall. For some reason nobody's raising any alarms or something. It's not much security here in Parliament compared to some other places. Go on. Alright. Nothing to see here. Keep moving. That's it. Alright, let's try and actually stealth a bit. Don't turn around! Oh man. God, they turn their heads around. I've got to watch their heads. These guys have to fight. I think the reason they aren't raising a massive alarm is because these guys we're fighting are not, these guys are not like guards or anything, they're actually Templars infiltrating this place in the same way we are. Alright, keep going, keep going. Go. That's it. That's it. Okay, come on. These guys on the left are not a problem. Okay. That's it, that's it, that's it. Bollocks. Turn around. There we go. Go, go, go. Oh. Good enough. Oh. How are we going to get past? Okay, are we going to actually use a smoke bomb? Let's try that.
I beg your pardon. No password, no passage. Do you know who I am? I'm a member of Parliament, you cretin. No password, no passage, sir.
Damn it, we need the password. And the game's slowing down again. Let's let it cool down a bit. Oh, while I'm here, might as well figure some things out. What have we got? New gun? Sure. Might as well upgrade one of these suits. Upgrade this one, yeah. Okay.
Begging your pardon, my lord. It's time for your meeting with Lieutenant Pierce. Eh? Yes. Yes.
Hang on, I can just get the skill to open doors while I'm here. Let's wait for this guy to go away. Okay, let's see. Can I get that skill? Yes, I can. Lockpicking 2. Does that mean we can just waltz in now? While we're here, we can get... That might be useful. What else? Sure, let's get that. Yeah, get that. Okay, we should be able to open the door now. Just wait for this annoying guy to go. We'll just chuck a knife at him. There we go. Damn it! It's getting away. Okay, that was quick. I mean, I probably could have done it without getting seen, but whatever.
Coward! Villain! Alas, that the hero of Balaclava should fall not on the gloried fields of Crimea, but to an assassin's blade in the very halls of power.
Are you finished yet?
Take your bow, knave, for you have managed what no Russian battery, what no Indian tiger could achieve. Claim your trophy, and may you choke on it.
Yes, but do tell me more about Balaclava.
Farewell. Farewell, dear Britannia. Your dawn shall be dimmer that the Earl of Cardigan sees it not. God save the Queen and the 11th Hussars.
What a prick.
Uh-oh. This is what Parliament looks like, apparently. Never been. Mosquito. How did they get so many Templars into Parliament, seriously? Right, which way are we going? Just clawtering. I don't see any guards or police around. It's just Templars everywhere. Right. Yeah, that was kind of a less interesting assassination. There were much more interesting ones earlier. This one was just easy enough to just run in there and... Whee! Looks like one of my Hitman runs where I have to start... Yeah, exactly, with the dual-wield ballers. which are very powerful actually. You can very feasibly kill everyone with those ballers. Oh, wow. Wow, look at that. I'm climbing on... Yeah. Escape the Houses of Parliament. I'm not in the Houses of Parliament anymore. Do I need to go further? Ah, here.
You okay?
Apart from the death squad on our tail, apart from that.
Backup's on the way. Why are you pushing yourself so
Hello,
much?
Sam Knight.
It's not your job to
I had about
This colleague.
3-4 attempts,
I didn't much care from the start.
but
Everyone treated him like he was
only one I actually managed to get to floor 16. And the Barong didn't yield anything nice, so...
personally. But I was wrong about him. He became
I had 3 Leolam fruits. No Rosh, though.
and he saved us all in the end. So I reckon, well, I can't apologize to him, but I don't know, I can try and live up to his example.
You are a good assassin.
Holy jeez!
Hello. It has been too long.
Galena! I mean, I have not seen
Yeah, I might try it again, maybe tomorrow or the day after.
Many explosions and you
I gotta try and reclaim my my world record.
Bishop tells me Otzoberg is here. I will kill him for you.
Super, great news. Now, if you wouldn't mind keeping watch, I am going to lie down and die now.
Rest. We have a big fight coming.
Sean and Rebecca are safe for now, but we're still relying on you to find us that shroud.
Can't let the young ones get it that easy. Yeah, because I mean, I taught John Phoenix a lot about the game, so it's very much a student surpasses the master situation. But I mean, even my world record originally was only my second ever attempt at the game, wasn't it? Like at that category, and that's pretty much the same for John Phoenix's. I think that was his second attempt. So there's definitely a lot of room for improvement. I don't think anyone's ever really tried 100% more than twice. Wonka Burrows, okay. Have you ever been to London, Sand Knight? Never left Canada. Well, this is what London looks like, except the weather is a bit better than what you'd normally expect. It's a pretty good depiction of London. Well, at least in the 18th century, but the 19th century, I always confuse that. It's the 1800s is the 19th century, right? Is that how it works? Then again, the air now is probably cleaner than it was back in the industrial times, so this is actually... It would probably be much dirtier than this, actually. This is actually kind of on the clean side. I think there would be a lot more smoke and thick pea soup smog. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of London. I mean, I lived in London, and I didn't like it. I prefer... Well, I would say I would prefer to live in Oxford or Cambridge, but they are basically as expensive as London now. It's despite not really being cities, despite being towns. But the countryside, I guess, Buckinghamshire, that's where I spent a lot of time. It's quite nice. Alright, what am I doing here? Oh. We need, before I can actually progress in the... game, I need to conquer one more borough of London. Let's see. We've conquered Whitechapel, and we've conquered the Thames. Because I couldn't let the Thames be unconquered. But, where else can we conquer? Okay, I think Lambeth is the easiest. Let's just do that. It wouldn't take long. Yeah, when I was in London, I was working around... somewhere around here, I think. Hang on, let's orient myself. This is... that's London Bridge, isn't it? Or is that Tower Bridge? No, that's London Bridge. No, I don't know. They all look just... all the bridges look the same. The Tower Bridge isn't here. Or did they not build the tower bit until later? I have no idea what it looked like in the 1800s. Used to like 24/7 stores, but now they close at 11 p.m. Oh, yeah. Well, that's, I mean, that's pretty similar to England. When I moved to Thailand for a while, it's like everything's open there all the time, all day long, all night long. And then when I went back to England, it's just like everything goes to sleep pretty early in the evening. Where am I? Okay, let's just fast travel over to here. Snow and cold as fuck. Man, I haven't seen snow in years now. No, that's not true. I saw snow when I went back to England last year, and that was around July or August. It's just weird. No, yeah, around August, I think. I mean, the worst I've seen is when it was snowing in June in England. That didn't make sense. It's just extremely chaotic weather, and it just gets more and more chaotic as the years go on. I mean, last year was massive heat wave. Which I managed to escape by heading to the Canary Islands, which is, like, ironic because people normally escape from the cold in England to the Canary Islands where it's hot, but last year it was the other way around. Canary Islands were cool and the whole of, well, much of Europe was baking. Alright, let's conquer some boroughs. What do we got? Okay, gang. Let's go kill some gangs. Clockwork Orange style. Come on, I got my gang. Oh, you sir. Wanna be in my gang? Alright. Let's take a look at this stronghold. Yeah, as I was saying, the Amazon headquarters where I was working was, yeah, I believe it was around there, so it's not on the map. Principal place in Shoreditch. But it was like, it's the headquarters of Amazon, and it was actually kind of a rough area. It's like lots of graffiti. There was a strip club practically opposite our office, just a bit down the road. But it's not where they bring the celebrities when, like, I don't know, like the Top Gear people come to visit or whatever. They go to the HR office, which is located in City of London, and it's much nicer and prettier. Oh, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Gotta take the top hat off, put the hood on. Now we're stealthy. We can't be stealthy with a top hat on. London is pretty good for rooftop game set on the rooftops because it's like it's very close knit compared to other cities that the Assassin's Creed games are based in. It's like, I think in many cities they had to basically artificially put all the buildings more close together just to make it viable to run around on the rooftops. But here it really is like this. Damn it! You were supposed to jump towards her! Oh my god, don't... Jump! Jump! Damn. No one's seen us, okay. Oh, my gang is here. Alright, let's just kill them then. Stealth be damned. I'm sure they could have come up with more models than these. It's like they just reuse this bald guy so often. Every other guy is one of these bald guys with the meat cleaver. Burn, blighter, heist plans. Where's the heist plans? Whatever, let's just go kill her. They spent all their budget on the scenery, yeah. Okay. It is ours! Alright, can we free some children? Where's the children ones? Oh, there's... Oh, no, there's no children freeing mission here. Oh, probably because I already did it a long time ago. I like the children freeing ones, because it's like, there's just lots of children being used as slaves that you can go in and free groups of them. Surprised they didn't put any kids on the rooftops, like, cleaning the chimneys. Because that was one thing that was big in the Victorian times. It's like... Chimney, chimney, chim-chim-chiroo. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Hang on. I don't want to be Jacob. I want to be Evie. Evie's the one who can stealth. How do I switch? Why is it always grayed out? I don't understand. I don't know if that's... meant to be grayed out, because throughout the entire game it's always been grayed out. The only way I could switch was by actually doing a mission where you have to be Evie, and then after that mission finishes you're then free to roam around London as Evie. But I can't actually... You know, this game was advertised as being one where you can switch between them all the time. But I've never had that option. Absolute slaughterhouse. You guys are free now. Wait, they're not even prisoners. Are their hands tied? No, they're just putting their hands like that. What? What? Okay. Alright, let's just leave. I didn't hear this soundtrack before. I think you may be blamed for all the shit Jack the Ripper did. The Jack the Ripper is in a DLC, the Jack the Ripper storyline. And I don't have that, so I got this game free on Epic, and it didn't come with the Jack the Ripper one. But I had a look at the Steam reviews, and they're actually not that good for the Jack the Ripper DLC. Apparently it's actually pretty rubbish. So no major loss. There's also like a Sir Arthur Conan Doyle DLC, so I guess you do like Sherlock Holmes types missions, but even that has pretty mediocre to poor ratings, so apparently the DLCs are all kind of rubbish. Which is a shame, because those were two, you know, themes to get excited about. It's a shame they couldn't actually make them good. Bounty hunt. Alright, just need to do a couple more of these, and then we'll own Lambeth. Damn it! Climb! Just go down. Oh! Whoops, that was a policeman. Sorry. Uh-oh. Hey, recruit him. I stabbed before I looked. Damn it. My target got away because of all the commotion. I have to step out. Oh yeah, and another thing about Answer Dreams, so I switched to using DuckStation. Like, from RetroArch. Man, it's so much better. It's okay, for one thing, on my laptop it runs like exceptionally well compared to RetroArch. Like, no, because I got like stutters and slowdowns in RetroArch, but DuckStation just runs smoothly and perfectly the whole time, not a single stutter. Bringing up the menu was just like as fast as it's supposed to be, but in RetroArch it was always a bit slow for me. The UI is so much better than RetroArch as well, so yeah, I'm not going back to RetroArch. I'm pretty happy with DuckStation. The settings menus are pretty good. Lots of options, lots of ways to set hotkeys for controller buttons and all that stuff easily. Where's Jesse Butler? There he is. Jesse. Okay, the game's slowing down a bit. Come on. Okay, let's have a look at the inventory and stuff. Oh, we got more skills. Points, skill points. First strike. Whatever, just get. Okay, I don't really need to fiddle around with that stuff, okay.
What the? What's going on?
Be quiet.
Take my money. Take what you want. Just leave.
God damn it. Whoops, I wasn't supposed to kill him. Oh, he's not dead. Damn it! Oh, don't make me kill... I have to kill the policeman. He's seen too much. Cannot know. No, don't kill him! Oh, for goodness sake. We needed him alive. Alright, well, we can still deliver his body, but we're not going to get as much money. Pause and cart collision mechanics are bizarre.
Good gracious. What am I to do with him now?
Come on, we've almost conquered Lambeth. What? Oh, I guess we have to go up here so we can see what else is here. Where is this? I think the other Assassin's Creed game that was highly praised along with Assassin's Creed 2 was the... Was it 4? Or I think it was just called Black Flag. Yeah, 4, which was also called Black Flag. Basically because it introduced pirate stuff, which was really, really fun. And a lot of players were just disappointed when the pirate stuff stopped. They just wanted to just do pirate stuff the whole game, which is a direction they should have gone in, really. They should have made it. They managed to make a good pirating game, which wasn't really a pirating game. They might as well made a full pirate game, but I don't think they did. Like, there's a lot of potential there for like a really good pirate game. What's this? Music box. Did you play as a pirate swashbuckler yourself? Yeah. Yeah, you play as... I mean, he's assassin. He's an assassin, like they all are. What's his name? Edward Conway? No. Can't remember his name. Yeah, it might have been Edward. It's in the set in the Caribbean, so you got a lot of natural formations that you can climb on, like trees and rocks and stuff. As well as like smaller cities. Oh, and the shanties. The shanties are brilliant. Like whenever you're on the ship and you start sailing, your crew starts singing. Oh man, and you can unlock songs as well. So yeah, there's lots of songs you can unlock, and they're really great. Yeah, they should have just made a whole pirate game out of that. Like, they had something there. And there aren't really that many good pirate games, at least as a sort of like a first-person adventure game. Well, he was an assassin as in like he was of the bloodline, the assassin's bloodline. But he fell in with, like... Actually, I'm not even sure if they were technically really pirates. Oh yeah, they probably were classed as pirates, yeah. Oh, this one here. And then... Oh, child liberation, yay! We can save some kids. Yeah, I mean, the ship mechanics were pretty good. Ship combat was good. The sea shanties were great. And then there was also, like, resources and crafting and stuff, which kind of worked well because you could steal stuff from ships. And upgrade your ship and get different weapons and stuff. They have lots of animals and wildlife as well in that game, like crocodiles and various cats. Big cats. How do I get into this building? Can't see me over that thing. Train robbery? Well, I'm not going to catch... How am I supposed to catch that train? I could have sworn in at least some of the recent Assassin's Creed games that leaving bodies around was a bad thing. But in this game, it doesn't. It seems nobody cares about a body, just one of their fellow gang members just lying dead. They just don't do a thing. Oh, bollocks, okay. Going on full-on murder time. Guard the alarm bell. Alright kids, you're free. You're free. Go be free. But sir, we have nowhere to go. I said you're free, now get out of here. I'm pretty sure I've traumatized these kids as well by just chopping up bodies in front of them. Oh, the game is slowing down. Well, let's just conquer this bar. Right? I think I'm done with the stream after that. Oh. Oops. Whoa. Let's not throw a dead body at a kid. Go be free and innocent until you face the responsibilities and consequences of adulthood, yeah. Where are they gonna go now? Like, they may have been made to work as slaves, but at the same time they were also fed and clothed. Now what? Are they just gonna live on the streets? I don't think they really had, you know, many orphanages or enough to, like, take care of them all. So, it's debatable whether I've actually done good for them. Yeah. I mean, I guess they just go live on the streets now. They may have had more comfortable lives working in these factories, because at least they were probably given food and all that, and like beds and stuff. Now they have to sleep out in the rain. Alright, is this the last thing we need to do? Did factories provide all that in that era? Well, not in the factory. I don't know where they're keeping the kids, but I assume they'll just give them some really rudimentary mattress or something in a room somewhere, which is still better than what they might get on the streets, I guess. I have no idea. We could just watch our gang fight their gang. Killed the leader undetected. Well, we can probably do that. Where is he? I think our gang is just taking over without us. Church took care of most of the social necessities back then, but I guess it's possible for factories to hand out something besides minimum wage and lung cancer. Yeah. I mean, the kids may have been getting paid for these factory jobs. I don't know. Where am I going? Ah, there he is. Oh, okay. I remember we went on a school trip to the Black Country Museum, which is basically a small town, but everyone pretends they're in the Victorian times. It's quite fun. So it was like all the shops, you got a fair, you got a school, a church. It's just basically made out to be like a small Victorian town. And when you go there, you're supposed to play along. Role play, and it's a pretty good way to learn what it was like. So we attended a class there, and there's like they would make us like write on slate with whatever it is that you write on slate with. Flint? No, I don't know. What's going on here? Oh, we have to now fight the rival gang. And like then the teacher went around to see like how everyone's slate was getting on, and if you didn't write your name well enough, then she brought you to the front of the class and pretended to beat you with a ruler. What am I doing now? Was this elementary school? Well, we don't use the term elementary school. It was when I was about 12 or 13. Secondary school in UK. Umaro, aren't I sleeping today? Well, eventually. I'm not in any major rush. Probably soon. I probably should finish soon. 7th grade also. Yes. Yeah, 7th grade is where we start secondary school. At around 11 years old. Yeah, that's right. I think it was probably... No, it was probably 8th grade. Or 7th grade. Yeah. I mean, to be precise, we don't even say grade. We say year 7 or year 8. Have I conquered the borough? I don't think I have. Oh. Just a couple more. Damn it. I think I'll just conquer this borough and then I think that's it. The stream. Alright. Templar Hunt. Let's go do that one. We've got a whole gang with us, so this should be easy. Elaste. That's my attempt to pronounce it. Oh, I'm not allowed to kill the bullies. I have to scare them. How do I scare them? By poisoning them with gas in this thing here. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do to scare them. She just stabbed him. Okay. I'm not even sure what you're supposed to do with that encounter. Come on, lads. Right. Oh, all the kids. Josephine Fletcher and Francis Fletcher. Where are they? Oh, damn it. My gang has initiated combat already. Okay, we'll just watch. Really, they just reuse the bold guy with a cleaver model. Couldn't they make another model for Francis Fletcher? Alright. We're done. Gonna escape the area. The combat looks somewhat close to Batman Arkham games. Yeah, it is very similar. The counter attack and everything. It's the same sort of thing. I'm sure some of the combat moves were better in some of the previous games. It seems you don't have as many combos here, or at least if you have, I haven't noticed them. I haven't paid attention to the how it works. But I could have sworn in previous games you could do more actions when your combo meter got high. You could do all sorts of different things. Pull off lots of quick kills as well. Unstable data area, what? What the? Oh, it's like the edge of the world. Okay. Mildred Graves. Whoops. Oops. I wasn't supposed to kill. Here we go again. Don't mind me. Oh. Okay, we're in a graveyard. Ah, is it a graveyard or a cemetery? There is a difference. If there's a church, then it's a graveyard. Yeah, there's a church, so it's a graveyard. If there's no church attached, then it's a cemetery. Where am I gonna put this body? Put it in the carriage. Oh, the police are onto me. It's so weird how you crash into the horse. Alright, another dead body. Not what they ordered, but... Come on, just wait for the police to forget. Nope, they didn't forget. Oh, it's the gang. Is it just semantics, or does it actually make any difference whether you call it cemetery or graveyard? No, it's just one of those really obscure, technical meanings of the word, but in practice, most people don't even know. It's like the gargoyles. When you see the gargoyles on the churches and stuff, if they have water spouts, then they're gargoyles. If they don't have water spouts, which a lot of them don't, they're just for decorations, then they're called grotesques. They're not actually strictly not gargoyles. It's just one of those obscure things that I like correcting people on just for the fun of it. If they say, look at that gargoyle. Especially in video games, it comes up a lot. Fight to conquer Lambeth. Okay, that's the last thing we have to do, and then Lambeth is ours. Can we get closer? Or if we just go there? You'd have thought the Templars would sort of realize that the assassins for the last several centuries have been putting haystacks everywhere. Or at least realizing why they've been putting haystacks everywhere. So what was the oldest what was the earliest Assassin's Creed game? It was set in Syria in... I can't remember what century. But yeah, the whole period of history, they've just been putting haystacks everywhere so that their assassins can get around easily. If the Templars had just taken those haystacks away, they would have been able to thwart the assassins. Or just stick a pike inside the haystack. That's it. Every assassin will be killed. They just can't resist jumping into it. It's impossible to resist. Where am I going? Just here. I love polling people about whether they know which nuts are actually nuts. Oh yeah. So it's like so what are real nuts? Almonds are real nuts, right? Peanuts are not. They're like legumes or beans or something. Walnuts are not. Brazil nuts are... Wait, almonds aren't? Brazil nuts are not nuts. I can't think of one that is nut. Cashew nut is a nut, I think. I'm not sure now. I think lots of them are just not nuts. If I were to guess, I would say cashew nut is one.
Mr. Cletus Strain and the Blighters have challenged the Rooks to a fight for territory in Lambeth. Defeat him and the borough's yours.
This is such a formalized gang war. Fighting to the death here. Cashew is a drupe. Oh yeah, okay. Okay. So yeah, I'm sure there was a point when I knew all of these. I don't remember. This is chaos. Yeah, in that case I cannot think of a nut that's actually a nut. What is this, the big tough guy? Really? They had to use the bald guy again? Same model? Okay. Finger to the throat thing. I think I'm overpowered for this area, so it was all just really easy. Lead us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are Jacob and Evie Fry. And as of this moment, you all work for us.
Aren't like... some of the fruits also drupes? Like strawberries? No, not strawberry. Yeah, strawberries are drupes, aren't they? As well. Or like the ones which are which have lots of bits, like raspberries and...
A letter? For me?
Hello, Kinsolda. I'm probably about to finish anyway, but thanks for the good luck. I'll just trigger this and then... Okay, there'll be a cutscene.
And with whom are you dining
Bananas are berries.
The leader of the Blighters.
Yeah, and something big is a berry as well, isn't it? Like a grapefruit is a berry. No. A melon is a berry, isn't it? Yeah. Something like that. But I suppose one could argue that the culinary term is just as valid as the scientific term. And so, if they're classed as nuts and berries and fruits and so on under the culinary term, then I would say that's probably also technically correct. I don't know. Because it's just another meaning of the word. Like, where am I going now? Just the train. I'm going to the train. No, I'm going here. Okay, I'm not going. Okay, we'll finish here. If you don't put it in a fruit salad, then it's not a fruit. Well, some people put some weird things in fruit salads. I mean, in Thailand, most of our salads have pork and fish sauce in them, so... Okay, well, I think... Oh, well, I have lots of money. I can just buy some stuff before I leave. Yeah, ironically, chicken salad is like one of the healthier dishes in Thailand. I think it's because of the way the chicken is prepared. Alright, gang upgrades. We could just buy some upgrades before I leave. Police... Maybe I should have got this a long time ago. Police bribes. Then the police would stop interfering with gang business. Don't even need to bother getting that. Oh, fine, we'll get it. Maybe they'll stop bothering me in the streets. They weren't really bothering me that much anyway. Rook Riders? Sure, why not? There was a court order recently stipulating that Kasvisli hapula, literally vegetable meatball, cannot be sold with the word meat in it because it's misleading. I see. Can't wait for them to ban fruit flesh as well. But don't they, like, you get all those imitation meat dishes and stuff, but they usually call them what they normally are, don't they? Just stick the word vegetarian in front. So, one could argue that's also misleading, but... I don't know. Like, if you sell a vegetarian chicken drumstick, by the same argument, would that be misleading because it has chicken in it? Wait, is that such thing? Is there such thing as a vegetarian chicken drumstick? I don't know. Plant-based, yeah. I mean, it's not going to confuse anyone, because as long as you're putting the word vegetarian or plant-based or anything like that, and then it seems fine to me. But if that court case is saying that, I don't know about drumstick, but there's definitely plant-based chicken type stuff out there, yeah. Well, here in India is I would say probably the most vegetarian friendly country in the world, I guess. I know Germany is also ranked quite highly, but in India you get entire regions where people actually just eat vegetarian food. And there's a lot of vegetarian restaurants out here which are clearly marked as vegetarian only. And what's more, the vegetarian dishes are actually tasty. And I'm someone that rarely eats vegetarian dishes because I don't find them tasty. But India is one of the few exceptions where I actually will happily order a fully vegetarian dish and actually feel satisfied. I don't really get that anywhere else. Sometimes I'll eat vegetarian food, but I'll just sort of do it resentfully. But here in India, vegetarian dishes are delicious. And like if you're, I don't know, weightlifting or something, and you need protein, there's lots of here you get lots of the paneer, which is like, and the cottage cheese and stuff, which is all good protein. Okay. I'm done. Tomorrow, I might have another stab at As a Dreams. I might need to sit down and think a bit about the route. Because I'm still using the very first set of 8 pages of notes that I had for my very first bookless run, and they're pretty outdated. Like, some of this needs to be reworked. All right. All right. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Wogga. Kinsolda. See you next time.